Hello, hello, hello. I definitely started early today, so I'm not even sure if anyone's here yet. But we're just gonna get started into it. I did want to give a few reminders here. Hopefully my volumes are okay. I know the fan is going to be annoying. Our air conditioning is not working properly. So I have a window unit behind me along with a couple fans going in the room. So I do apologize in advance for all that. I did want to touch base super quick on next week's stream. So I'm just gonna bloop swap over here. So just a reminder for next week's charity stream. It's going to be on Sunday. It is going to be a 12-hour stream. We are going to be raising money for the Trevor Project, which is a leading suicide prevention and crisis intervention. It is a nonprofit organization geared to the LGBTQIA plus community. And I think that it's something very important, especially with the world and the climate that we live in. Games that we are going to play are going to be we're going to kind of yap and explain a little bit about what we're doing for the day for that. And then we'll get into it with The Sims. I'm not 100% sure what we're doing in The Sims yet. I have a couple ideas to play with, but we'll figure it out. And then 1 to 1:30, we are going to do a lunch break with Gartic or Words. And then this is all Central Standard Time. 1:30 to 2 o'clock, we're going to do a Hunger Games simulator. 2 to 3:30, we're going to do Mario Party. 3:30 to 6, we're going to do Community Fortnite. 6 to 6:30, we're going to do a dinner break with Gartic or Words. 6:30 to 9:30, we're going to do Repo, Lethal, or whatever we want, because I want it to be a community thing. And then 9:30 to 10, we are going to do the Hunger Games simulator again, and then end stream, kind of with whatever things that we need to end up, whether that's doing the raffles to see what people win, or, anything of that nature. And then for the goals, we do have an overall goal for the stream itself. We have personal goals, and then we have consistent goals. So for every $50 or for $50 total raised, I will do a Miku cosplay and the next long stream, which would probably be the following Sunday or the Sunday after, just kind of depending. $100 will dunk my face in ice cold water at the end of stream. If I don't think that I'm going to be out of town, so unfortunately none of our stores in town, because I do keep looking, have any dairy free whipped cream. Otherwise, I would just do that. If we raise $150, we will do a Jackbox game night and for a future stream. If we raise $200 or more, we will do a horror game by myself in a dark room with headphones on and fully on my head and turned up. If we raise $250 or more, I will do a Steam game giveaway drawing for those who did donate up to $40. And for that is even if you donate $5, you still get in that raffle. It's just that the game would be up to a $40 in value game, just depending upon what you want. $300 will get a future craft together stream. So that I'm kind of debating on maybe making it a craft that we all can kind of follow, but we'll see what happens. A $350 stream, that will be at the beginning. Either Bio will do my makeup, or I will do it blindfolded. Well, not blindfolded, but blind. If I don't have my glasses on, I can't see anyways. So, it'll just be me grabbing and putting it on my face. I can probably have my eyes closed the entire time and just have it out in front of me, so we can see how that goes. If we do a if we raise $400, chat will pick a future cosplay stream from a list, which I have not created yet. So I'm definitely open to suggestions, but obviously within financial reason there. I don't want, at this point in time, I financially cannot put $500 into a cosplay. If we raise $450 or more, we will do a 24-hour live stream in the future. If we raise $500 or more, I will open a merch store. And then I am open to taking suggestions on that as well. For every $15 we raise, so 15, 30, 45, I will add a sticker to myself. For every 20, so 20, 40, 60, 80, I will spin a gameplay challenge wheel. So that could be like playing without my glasses on, swapping my hands, using oven mitts, things like that, that kind of give an extra challenge and almost like a handicap to the game that we're playing. For every $40 raised, I'll eat a sour or spicy item, and I do have that. I do have a very spicy item, and I do have sour items. We'll probably do like a little roulette wheel, or whoever gets us to that, they can pick. Like, we can figure out what we would like to do there. For every $50 raised, we will do a shot roulette. So it could be condiments or a nice drink. So, for example, I do have plenty of condiments in the fridge, so it could be hot sauce, it could be ranch, it could be pickle juice, anything of that nature. But for like a nicer drink, I have some coconut water that I've never tried. I have some aloe juice. I probably will have tea or water available. So that's just kind of what that is there. But personal goals is per individual person who donates. If you donate $5 or more, you'll get your name on a poster. If you donate $10 or more, you'll get your name in the Hunger Games simulator. If you donate $20 or more, you'll get a handwritten letter and your name in the simulation for both times. $30 or more, you get to pick the movie for movie night. So we will start picking back up on movie night as well. So therefore, in order of whoever donates, so if it's just for our friends who are usually in chat, if it's like Zala, Bran, Mo, then in that order will be who will pick the movie that we get to watch. And then we will make sure that we're using, what is it, for our friends who are not in the United States, we will try and set it at a time that is good for them. For $40 or more, you are entered to win a giveaway prize, which I have some goodies to the side that I'm kind of excited about there. For $50 or more, you'll get a custom chat entry command. So anytime you are in chat, there will be a custom command. And then if you donate $70 or more, you'll get a custom drawn image. And I say PG because I don't want to draw inappropriate things. But yeah, so that's a quick rundown for what we have going on for next week. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. But yeah, I'm gonna just like minimize this so you guys can see the game that we're playing. Look how pretty it is. I'm excited. The art style looks really, really pretty. I am nervous. I did already put like a potential like sexual like tag because I have no idea. I found out this morning that there is some DLC that you can download that has explicit scenes, which I did not download. So, but also when I was scrolling on Google just for some random images and stuff, yeah. There was one that I was like, oh no, I can't get suspended. So if it gets too spicy, we will have to stop, but we'll see. I love the music so far in the game. And don't mind me as well. I am just doing, I'm really bad about posting in groups that I'm live. So let me kind of do that real quick. But thank you guys for your patience here while I sit through that. Because I'm really bad about doing this. And I try not to like plug people's, because I'm in a few different Discords. I try not to overdo it with sharing that I'm live too often, even though like I know it's there for a reason, but it's still just, I don't want to overuse it, so I try and use it only like once in a blue moon here. I saw that there was...
Hey, Ben!
Aw! Hi, Ben!
Hey,
Welcome in,
Ben!
Flynn! Naya! Hi, Pookies! I started a little early today, but then I decided that maybe I should do some, shameless plugging. while I'm here. But how are you guys doing today? I thank you guys for the resubs. I appreciate you guys. Well, I feel guilty, and I try not to self-plug too often, even though I know it's there for like that purpose and people's like discords and stuff. But I get nervy. I don't want to be annoying and be like, hey. I'm just a girl. But how are you guys? How you doing? How's the weekend treating you guys? I'm a little tired. We got our house down to 73 degrees. Teehee. It definitely reached 80 again yesterday, so it's been like 3 or 4 days in a row that it's gotten to be 80 degrees in our house, and I kind of want to, take myself out. It's not nice. It's not a nice time. So I do apologize because I know you guys probably hear the fan. I was trying to adjust some settings, but I know that it's still there. It's gonna be a constant. But I was trying to make sure that the audio could be like louder than that, so hopefully it's not super annoying. But yeah, I think I did my little pluggy plugs. But yeah, I kind of went over next Sunday's the charity stream. Next Sunday's the charity stream, and I have a little bit of work to do and catch up on. So yeah, I was kind of going. That's literally all the beginning of the stream has been, is me kind of going over that a little bit. And I was frustrated because I was gonna go live even sooner, but for whatever reason, what's my thing? For whatever reason. Oh, I had downloaded stream avatars last time. Well, I deleted everything out of there, and then I changed it to have Pokemon ones. But it's spawning everyone in as the same fucking Pokemon. And I don't know why it's doing that. And I don't want to make people have to manually change it. If they just want to be a random Pokemon. So that was kind of frustrating. So I don't have that on. I mean, if you guys want, I can open it and we can see about it. But yeah, I was like, oh, and I was also talking about this game. I haven't played it, and I looked at it this morning to see if it was appropriate for stream. So there's a couple different things. So I know in stream, like on Twitch, you can set it to where you can be like, hey, this isn't intended for all audiences. However, because, I haven't been 90 days since Mushy Tushy took place, I can't do that. So I added the tag sexual themes in case there are any. I noticed earlier today that there is DLC that you can download for this game that is very spicy, and I do not have that downloaded. But the reason why is because I was showing Bio some images, like just on Google, so you could see like the artwork. And there's like a full hand under shirt groupings and things. So if it gets too spicy, we will stop because I don't want to take the potential of getting getting suspended again. But yeah, lesbian vampires. I don't know really anything about this game. I'm hoping that the spicy shirt scene I saw was from the DLC. Otherwise, we're going to be skipping or hitting buttons and, we'll figure it out. But yeah, if it does get too spicy, we will have to stop. Just because I'm like, ooh. I'm also a little nervous because I know later this month, like next week, in a couple days, Date Everything comes out. So I do plan on, like I do already have that ordered and I want to play it, but I'm hoping that that also stays not spicy. So again, we will monitor that game as it goes. If not, there's plenty of other games that we can find and figure out. I'll just have to obviously adjust the schedule a little bit, which is totally fine. But thank you guys so much for being here. And you have some egg sandwiches and you're watching the Hunger Games. Hell yeah. I haven't watched the Hunger Games in so long, Naya. I want to say the last time... I don't remember the last time I watched the Hunger Games. And I haven't watched any of the newer ones. But yeah, we might just get into it. The only thing that I know about this story is that this lady and her family are in like a carriage, and it'll probably tell you, but they're in a carriage that gets, you know, raided. Everybody dies except for her. She makes it out, blah, 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 blah. Vampire lady house. That's it. But yeah, so we'll see with how this goes, I guess. Is it picking up the game? I am looking at OBS. Okay, let's see. So it only wants to show up windowed. That's cool. Well, it's fine. We'll just be windowed. I'm also going to be terrible with pronunciations. Faster, Miki, faster. You have to keep moving, or else. Oh god, they're gaining on us. I'm going to do auto. Miki ran through the forest as quickly... Oh god, nope, we can't do auto. Miki ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. Okay, so... Then yeah, her family, they were in a carriage and the carriage got ransacked and like everyone's getting voided. But they're making it out. So I wonder if they'll tell a little bit more of the backstory. I just know because I actually read about about it a little bit. But she tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb and insensible, and as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. Hello, hello, Luna. Welcome in, friend. How are you doing today? It was through nothing save sheer... Okay, so it could be me. Already the writing I'm not 100% on board with. I find it very hard to read, but I don't know if it's translated or not. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Mike, Though Miki continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. I am doing okay, Luna. I'm very warm. Our air condition... I'm actually, like, right now I'm okay. I got our house down to 73, but it's been, like, 80 degrees the past 3 days. And that's with, like, tons of fans going and a small window unit. So hopefully it'll get fixed soon, because I'm over being hot. She was but a young woman, slender and while not so very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Miki's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demanding, often physical labor. Miki's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Miki, please, you need to hurry. Quickly, Miki. Henny rushed back to take a hold of Miki's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Miki's palms. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Miki knew should she lag behind, she would find herself in far greater pain than this. Miki recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Miki had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Let me adjust some because I see that my voice volume isn't super loud. Miki had gone through her father, or had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Miki, her father had seemed like a force of nature, one which is impossible to argue with or get the better of. This supposition had been turned on its head earlier that night. However, in a mere handful of minutes, for all of his bluster, Miki's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood, just like Miki, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. Miki could smell her father's blood on her even now, as she and Henny raced through the forest. She couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. Oh, if only the events of the night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Miki wished the fog would clear and she would awake, her eyelids fluttering to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight. Miki! But Miki's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Miki knew she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when? Miki was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her. What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Miki could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why, she had done nothing wrong. Unlike Miki, Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Miki and the family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Henny. Miki appealed to her maid between sharp gasps for air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles. Please, let go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind. But there aren't any buts. I told you I won't leave you. Now, let's keep running. Miki wanted to run. Really, she did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping. Oh, nope. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat. But her legs were weak despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hands and Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Miki did not like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. It was quite the deep, fathomless silence of death. Miki did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. Oh yeah, because I think they were on their way to her betrothed or something like that. God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Miki. But, like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of our energy had been expended. Miki's foot caught in a tangled tree root, which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail. Makey! Henny's voice echoed in Makey's ears, shrill and frantic. Makey's heart juttered in her chest, hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Makey's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swarmed. Makey, oh my god, Makey, get up, please, get up. And then everything went black. Act 1, the night that never ended. I'll have to click. What? Makey was greeted, upon waking, by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste of akin to pond water filled her mouth, and with one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Makey's body shuddered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, ew, I don't like the breathing in my fucking ear. But once it did, Makey began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Makey had no idea where she was. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor, of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls, too, were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which fell very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows, Makey could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot, which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rims and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Makey's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Makey that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Makey could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Makey doubted she would be at her best, given she was in so much pain, as she was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Makey wound her arms around her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk. The very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, no, she was sure that it was a cell, reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Makey remembered sitting alongside her mother and her father in the carriage as it bore them through the forest, and then, there, at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Makey could recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Makey ought to be doing at any given time, but they were not there, and neither was Henny. Makey was alone. Henny had been with her, Makey was certain, before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Makey thought sorrowfully. If only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode, not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Makey had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she had never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Makey's cheeks in crystalline droplets. The scored tracks in the dirt, which caked her cheeks and dropped one by one to the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Makey sobbed, and she sobbed until... What? What's going on? A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Makey could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadences. The voice belonged to Henny. Makey's dear friend was here too, in the stone cell which smelt of death, and though Makey feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all. Henny? Makey crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows. Henny, is that you? Makey? A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window, hewn high into the wall of their cell, and finally, Makey was afforded a view of her maid. Though christened Henrique, Makey had already called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate name for so cheery a woman, for Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Makey had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mirrored in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's hands, which she had held in her front, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. She looked an awful sight, but Makey knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Makey's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in this, she could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from a dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that's why Henny stared at Makey so. Once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, she had thought she had seen a ghost. Oh my God, Makey! Henny looked so alarmed, Makey felt almost ashamed. Makey was no longer to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother, but it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since Makey's girlhood, Henny had been her one steadfast companion, or staunch. Stanch? I don't know. I wish a small part of me feels like they opened up a thesaurus. And that they're like big words. Here you go. She was the only person Makey knew who took Makey for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amenable, more effusive, more like a lady and less like herself. Henny didn't want Makey to be more. She only wanted Makey to be Makey. Did that mean, then, that Makey did not look like Makey in that moment? But who else did? Oh, but who else did she resemble, if not herself? What happened to her? Are you all right, Makey? Oh, look at your poor face. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Makey's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding." "I am?" "Yes, you have a nasty cut beneath your right eye and your cheek." Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Oh, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, if it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Mickey's face to look at her with bemusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for. I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose. Oh, think not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you. You're much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend, too. My dearest friend. And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state. Do I look so very bad? Well, now. Henny scanned Mickey's face, her brown eyes now bright with mischief. That depends upon how honest you want me to be. Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that? You've certainly looked better. Your face is all banged up as a windfall apple. An apple? Mickey shook her head in wonderment. I only hope that the apple isn't riddled with worms. I don't think you've anything to worry about on that score, at least. Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I, and we're together. That ought to count for something, although... Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Mickey's cheek, then drew back, her soiled kerchief gripping tight in her hand. Her expression newly dour, she said after a moment's pause, I am afraid that your parents mightn't have been so fortunate. What? Mickey's heart leapt in her chest at the somber announcement. What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on? You don't? I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé, but as for how we came here... Mickey closed her eyes in the hopes of remembering something, but again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as the snowy fields, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness. I'm afraid I cannot remember. Not a single thing. Nothing. I'm going to try to swap my glasses, because I feel like I'm having a hard time reading the words. But I don't think this is going to help any. Nothing. I see. Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. That's not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that you can't remember all of the gory details. Yeah, I'm just struggling. I've noticed I do really need to go to the eye doctor and get my eyes rechecked. The last eye doctor that I went to isn't my normal one, but they wound up correcting what my cylindrical ness is, which I needed because my other glasses were giving me a headache. However, they had lowered my prescription, and my prescription definitely didn't need lowered. So it's just a little hard for me to read. And I think too, like, my brain recently just has been having a hard time like processing information. Like last night watching a TV show and even just talking like amongst friends, my brain was picking up really weird sounds, like in the sense of like hyper focusing on like certain things but not even fully processing like the words. I do think part of it is burnt out and being tired and also being super warm. Um, Yesterday I almost had like a mild fever. I was so warm. but we're here. We're thriving. But I'm just gonna try and move myself a little closer to the monitor. Maybe that will help. I am going to be shrimping though, but I have a pillow for comfort. But yeah, I don't think that this font is the easiest to read either, unfortunately. But I also know with the glasses thing, my astigmatism is really bad. So a lot of things, especially that are giving off light, are a little blurry. And unfortunately, like, any screen also gives off light. It might be for the best that you can't remember all of the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened myself, but Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly she gripped her handkerchief. The kerchief had been the only clean thing in Mickey and Henny's cell, but now it, too, was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Mickey had sustained? How much had she bled? This, too, remained a mystery. Mickey did not know. Also on a random tangent, so I did look at the reviews after purchasing this. Some people did say that some scenes tend to drag on and others go a little too fast. I'm wondering if this is one of the scenes they're talking about where it drags a little much. But hopefully, as a whole, I think that it will be good. I think the art style is really pretty. I really enjoy the music. And I'm curious as to what the story is going to be like. There seemed much all of a sudden she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly that she might as well have been a little girl again, unenthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her father's mausoleum. Mickey had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Henny. Mickey took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin. What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Henny, please. You should know this is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all of this. I know it'll upset you, Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in a breath, then in a calmer tone said, Just how much do you want to know? How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh dear. Are things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account, then. I've no need to hear everything. Right you are. Henny bowed her head in not reading that word, her face half swallowed by the shadows. The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath a rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Mickey could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Mickey of her trepidation. She knew, once Henny relayed the past events to her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Miki hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Miki, but during our travels, the carriage, it was attacked by bandits. What? No. Yes, they came creeping out from the fog like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father, and when he refused to comply, well, Henny's expression twisted. They stabbed him. What? Miki stared. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the words as she had imagined. Oh God, not my papa. My poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but Henny sniffled. It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Dead. My papa dead. Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to see what happened, but, well, it was all over so quickly I didn't think he suffered at least. And my mama? What of her? Don't tell me she also. Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Miki with no doubts as to her mother's fate. And one brief night, both of Miki's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe that the bandits would just let us go. Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we'd sat still like good little girls. But I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and we ran away. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase darn quick. It was very dark and the fog was thick. I could hardly see what was happening. At one point you tripped and you fell. That's how you got the nasty cut on your poor forehead. And I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits trampled around looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then we survived. Yes, we survived. This, Miki supposed, was not such a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly cell, speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering the woods so very late at night, however? Miki could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been the stuff that fantasies were made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle, but looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Miracles suggest God and all his angels, but there was not holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really. A total bloodbath. Blood? Yes, there was blood and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright as the bandits approached, and the next, they were gone. Gone? But where and how? Did they run away? Not necessarily, not of their own free will. The fog parted, you see, and this This woman. She appeared so quick it was like she sprung from the earth. She wasn't very tall. I don't think she was, at least. And she was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but the woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It sunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she had finished beneath the moon, like nothing had happened, and then... Henny pressed her fingers to her brow and, overwhelmed, shook her head. I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Mickey. Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, honey. Mickey chanced to smile, though the muscles around her mouth felt atrophied, worn away, following the news of her parents' demise. I have no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me. Bah. From the bandits, I suppose I did. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. Not when we're all turned about in the woods and I had no idea where we were. I think I scraped... Oh my gosh, I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength. Not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Mickey's smile widened at this, despite the severity of their situation, and she was even able to manage a laugh. It's a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Henny never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Mickey was too old to believe in magic. When she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered, are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead and you failed to perceive it in the fog? That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've got a good 10 years off of my life, though. Here, Henny smiled grimly in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether. We must be thankful for small mercies. Yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Mickey squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' deaths were a heavy burden to bear, but Mickey, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Mickey did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family crypt had left her something of a crybaby. Now then. Mickey inhaled, then glanced about. Where do you suppose we are, and how do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? Not particularly. No, it's awfully drab, and it's damp too. I'm freezing. Just as a heads up to our non-subscribed little inklings, we are getting ready to head into ad break in about a minute here. You poor thing, you. Come here. Henny shifted closer to Miki, then drew her arms around her, holding her close. She then glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted into the shadows, as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping. A trapdoor, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Miki's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me, it's not much to look at, is it? You might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. Henny drew back from Miki, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both? It was nice of our mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You'd think they could at least have put us up in a nicer room. I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Miki. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people. It's all right. Are you being serious? Henny raised her eyebrow while Miki smiled. It's better than being dead, at least, even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Miki drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said, When I woke up, I was laying on the floor. On the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up to her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated it managed to bring another smile to Miki's lips, despite how very dire the situation was. I suppose it makes sense, there being only one bed, but oh, that's too much. I can't believe they fling you about like a sack of spuds. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend. Some benefactor? When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them. Not when we are at their mercy. Also, is this going to be like a Stockholm Syndrome, like Belle and the Beast type of situation? I'm curious. Why? But that makes it sound like captives. Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners. I know, but it still stings. Oh, sorry. We're being treated like prisoners. I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me, but I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. Not when you've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. And you're the one who will be saddened with the consequences, poor Miki. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well... I don't suspect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Miki. So try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this. Thank you, honey. I also believe it's coming. I almost believe it coming from you. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Now, let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than what it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper the weakness to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Henny then took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield. Oh, come on. Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick, and the tip of her shoe collided with them, loosening clods of dirt from her soles, but damn it all. The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed tack. She moved from the door and glanced up at the window. But this was similarly barred, too high up to reach, and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and the fog shifted. I hate that the music is cutting out. Oh. 1 second. Sorry, I don't have my normal headset on and I have my noise canceling headphones. And I went to turn up the volume, but instead of doing that, I changed the setting. And I did the noise canceling setting and it tried to create a vacuum in my ear and I did not like that. And? Mickey asked when disenchanted Henry flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts. Did you uncover anything? Not all except that we're more excuse me. Not all except that we're more trapped than I thought. I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. God. Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there is much we can do, other than wait. I suppose you're right. I can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. Henny looked about the cell once more, then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we can do. I'm sorry for being so helpless, Mickey. I meant to look after you, but I'm a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you. That's something, at least. I wish I could be of some real use, though. You are of real use. Without you, I'd be I'd be a mess. Weeping on the floor. Well, we can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks mine to see you flagellate so over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, although I have a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here or what, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. Also, I don't know if the background music cut out for you guys, but it cut out for me. A sound issued forth from darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering in the sour and musty air. It sounded like a scream. Good God. I wonder if maybe I'm not reading fast enough, or if they're trying to, like, make more drama for it, but it felt really weird how, like, it just cut off. Good God. What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind? Do you really think so? Well? Yes, I imagine. Mickey answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. I will say that I find this scene very drawn out. I want to move on. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, and though faint, unmistakably human. Oh. Stop cutting the wind out! With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Mickey and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat up on the floor together with their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny had, at first, balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian, but Mickey's dress was already so dirty it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off the ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pockets, alongside the kerchief she had used to wipe Mickey's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use her time, Henny proposed that Mickey a game of Joker, a game which Mickey agreed to. Mickey, I keep wanting to say Mickey. I'll listen, all the words are going to come out with her name. I am terrible. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Mickey's worries. It could not, at last, alleviate the colds, but Mickey had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for as long as she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Had her journey to Augustburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in what Walter Gerholt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Both Augustburg and Walter seemed very far away to Mickey now, though, being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor shivering? Mickey did not know, but she could not tell. I keep saying Mickey, but I feel like it's Makey. All Makey really knew, in her infinite ignorance, was that the night seemed hopelessly long. She hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Makey's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means to Makey kind of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window suited high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irrelevant intervals, shone its pallid light upon Mickey's hand, her head, and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker and his wide, rictus grin. Mickey had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's truss pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Mickey spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Mickey was none the wiser. The sky was so dark, Mickey found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of the morning altogether. She feared she would never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings on the trees which announced a brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom window anyway? Mickey could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Mickey had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought, but she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. She would arise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again.
Hi, babe. You making biscuits? Yes, some biscuits.
When this occurred, Mickey would rise from her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass that always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. This is ridiculous. Henny groused, all while examining her cards. We ought to be at her, whatever, right now, safe as houses. We weren't so very far from Augustburg, at least. I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We just happened to be there.
Thanks, man. Hey.
Oh, your tongue was fully out. You're probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck, at least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Well, true. I suppose I should thank heaven for small mercies, huh? Henry smiled at Mickey's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Mickey's cheer were half-hearted, and that they were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what is supposed to be Henry, but would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you're being kept in, Mickey. I'm enraged too, for you. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're Von Essen, for crying out loud. The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe. Mickey's reply was vague in both tone and meaning. Not even Mickey herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Penny's optimistic assertion that her being a lady would grant her any favors with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion she was a lady at all. Mickey had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back a century, but the Von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather was a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the Von Essens wealth. While still in possession of her family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire state ever since Mickey could remember. Though not openly wanting for cash, Mickey's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestigious father, rather than the figures in their bank account. Mickey's wedding to Henry had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether, but now that seemed an impossibility. How could Mickey... Oh, it is Walter. Let me go on Henry. How could Mickey wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Mickey had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over so cruel a fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care how Walter felt? She barely knew him. Well, not to worry. Walter must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. Walter is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Mickey. Do you really think so? Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Don't thank me, Mickey. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you, you can bet that I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Perhaps it's a good thing that I'm here with you then. You, at least, know I'm all right. Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. You know, I don't do anything to keep you safe. Or I do anything to keep you safe, Mickey. I know. Mickey could well believe that coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Makey was less certain. Wow, is this Walter?
Is this a Walter?
What did she know about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Makey had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Makey's desire to marry him was intensively proportional to her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. I wonder if... One second. Am I being picked up when I talk? No. Okay, I need to turn my sensitivity down. Sorry, I just noticed that my little VTuber was not opening her mouth. I looked over and I was like, "Girl, hey, wait, why your mouth not open?" But that should have fixed it. The man was a stranger to her, and Makey's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Makey had been dreading her visit to Augustburg for well over a month now. It had been terminated. She felt now it had been terminated. She felt a perverse sort of relief. I liked his outfit, though. Part of Makey had even begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good along all the bad. But that, Makey chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? It was true enough that she may never see Walter again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she have ever thought of such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she had found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being a poor daughter and a sinner who spent too much of her time lost in any daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. Mikey and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes, hours, or even days, willing away at time. By God, there was so much time, with continued unending, incessant games of Joker. Mikey's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly, 12-1. Henny was better than Makey at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Makey was accustomed to losing and accepted her failures with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games, and, in any event, Makey was glad to be rid of the eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Makey had begun to wonder, in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a mean of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell, alone, until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased. The squalid stone walls down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all of the interminable waiting, Makey found her hypothesis proved wrong. She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. Footsteps as... No. Don't know what the fuck just came out of my mouth. The footsteps were quiet enough at first that Makey wondered whether she had imagined them. But as the seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them. Goodness me. Henny fumbled with the cards, then threw them down, Red hearts and black spades split across the stone. Can you hear that, Makey? Yes, I can. Someone must be coming. Our rescuer from the woods, do you think? They could be our rescuer, yes, but maybe... Makey could not finish her thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar. She shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henry's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the great iron door. Excitable as a puppy and wide-eyed, she peered through the shadows. Oops, I'm throwing stuff around on my desk. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'm sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. You've said that once before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it will be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they'd have plenty of chances to do it already, surely. That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer, echoing about the stone walls, echoing inside Makey's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They would mean salvation if they were lucky, but Makey found it difficult to believe this. You okay, love? Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering, and sure enough. Well, 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 would you look at what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Mickey's musing was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged quite obviously to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well bred. Perhaps her rescuer was a lady, then a Von such and such like Makey, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old, and grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Where most nobility used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Makey with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Oh? Makey could not help but gasp in surprise. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell door, was not at all what Makey had imagined. She was shorter than Makey had expected, shorter than Makey herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé, and slender with it, her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Makey could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during the long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her hair was not worn in a chignon, I don't know, but instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner which could have made Makey's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Makey's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any of the other shades Makey had seen in the faces of her family servants and the attendants at the banquets, boutiques, to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish. Her irises were instead bright red, so much so they bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Miki's sliced cheek and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Miki, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Miki knew instinctively as she gazed upon her that she should keep her distance if she could, but this only made her, conversely, feel even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman. Henny shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about, Miki. The one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She was real. She killed all of those men. She's a monster. Oh, a monster, am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and with a smile said, You cut me to the quick, you humans do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests, but you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition. So you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anyone could forget in a hurry. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know. Why did you save us, though? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here, whatever here is, on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only, but alas, I've not had any help for, well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? Henny gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman, took a key from her pocket and inserted it into the waiting keyhole. Deftly, she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, but then locked it anew. There, that ought to do it. It'd be horribly tedious if you tried to run away from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not with all the fuss. Rather not bother with all the fuss. With the door secured, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Miki's, which were narrowed with mistrust, and pouting, she said, Now, why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you would be relieved to see my face, after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face. This chastisement was familiar to Miki. She had heard it many times from her mother, while Miki had been trained to obey her mother without question. However, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her reticence fell away and needled, Miki said. What I do with my face is of my own concern. I am sure it's none of your business. My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for the quite amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. Blech. I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? Magdalena? 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 My name is Magdalena, but you can call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it's not so now. They have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I am all that is left of their legacy, a fact I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. It is very nice to meet you for the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped a near curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of her skirt. But I am afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chattel. Nope, idle chatter. And what do you mean by that exactly? Only that now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. What? Henny stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear that the air swelled with it. What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense, and at this point, it doesn't matter how much you know. You won't be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter chill. Or else, Miki thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I'm not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic, it makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they had any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many had she summarily tortured? Maki knew of the last one, besides herself and Henry. The bandits' leader. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled out to my feet. A grown man like that, who was particularly made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was a predator, stalking his prey through the woods, and the next. Magdalena drew a hand across her neck in the unequivocal, universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. What? You? Oh, oh goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit, a vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage, the driver and the horses too. Nobody was spared their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to even churn my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another death like that, it doesn't seem right. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because this world's. Magdalena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out as though nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, the man got what he deserved, as did his compatriots. I took great pains to ensure that. I paid the brigand back twofold for what he did to you. Did you know he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They've so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cure like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had pretensions of greatness or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand? I'll grant you that. Who deserved the hangman's noose? But that's for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did isn't justice, it's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wronged us, but I have no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder. So, you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far worse things than that in my time. The morals of your good, sensuous churchgoers do not apply to me. I am not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I have been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different. A drinker of blood, but that would make you a vampire? It was Miki who offered forth this label after Henny's voice faltered. Miki was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read 4 of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen had thought that Maki, as well as a well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all. It will only excite your mind, dear, but should instead busy herself with embroidery. Maki, however, always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which had involved needles, and she found herself returning to stories time and time again whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Maki had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Maki knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in their ruinous castles, and souped upon the life-blood of fair maidens. Yes, Maki thought, in an oddly detached manner, that did make sense. She had sensed that there was something strange about Magdalena when their eyes had first met. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense. At least it would have, had Maki been a heroine in one of her novels.
Hello, Lopez. Welcome in. How are you doing today, friend?
Also, is today the day that the things are thingin'? Or is that still a couple days away? But life, Maki reminded herself she was not akin to a story. Maki might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all skeins of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Magdalena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, Maki did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory. It and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. Oh, but a couple days. That's so exciting. I know none of this is your fault, and I've had no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half, too nice for my own good cause. You have been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anybody who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it. But Magdalena's red eyes found Maki's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You do not seem a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you are a form of wealthy background.
Hello, Zella. Welcome in, Pookie Pie. How you doing today? You haven't missed much to the new friends who have popped in here. So Maki is the main character. This is her maid and friend Honey, and then this is Magdalena or whatever. So what happened was Maki and Honey and Maki's family were on the way to her fiance's, to which she was betrothed to,
The carriage got ransacked by bandits. The bandits killed the mom and the dad. Henny had pulled Minky out to try and save her. They were running through the woods with bandits, blah, blah, blah. Minky hit her head and knocked herself unconscious. And then she doesn't remember most of anything that happened. So Henny had filled her in on some of it. And Henny had actually saw Miss Vampire Lady murking the bandits. But then they woke up and they were in this cell, and now she's talking to her. So, you know, that's where it's going. But maybe Kiss fall in love. I don't think that the base game will be too inappropriate. I know that there's some DLC that allows some very explicit stuff. I do not have the DLCs. I did already mark this as potential sexual themes, because Mushy Tushy was a thing, and I didn't do this stream is for, limited audiences or whatever. Previously, I cannot put that on there, so I just had to try and be as good as possible. So that's exciting. But I did forewarn in the beginning that if anything was to get too crazy, that we will stop the game, because I don't want to get suspended again, especially since a week from now is our charity stream. But anyways, your voice and your bearing, yes, even the way you look at me, it all suggests that you are in fact a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment? Thank you, Zala. And for those who would like any more information, I do have a quick, if you pop over to our Instagram, I do have the photos that just re-explain our charity. Or if you want to watch the VOD later, I do re-explain it kind of in the beginning there. Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party in those woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century, and I have no desire to invite half of Augustburg's consultable into my home. So the other thing with this game is some scenes are definitely drawn out. It feels like they opened a thesaurus and they're like, we're gonna use big words. So my brain's a little fried. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might, when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life, and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it? Magdalena looked at Henny now, her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? It's not a bad trait, is it? Her life for yours? Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be one in... Goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must have been a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Struck for words, Miki could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? If there was relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but Miki could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Miki she knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Miki turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip when, This is where I'm gonna do BRB so I can GPG. And holy fucking shitballs, Henny. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna fight this. I'm a fighter. She can't do it. Anyways, we're gonna put some words on real quick, and I will be right back.
Hi Squidlet 5 months. Illy, heart hands emoji.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So sorry. So I had my BRB screen on with words, and then words has just been breaking when I have it, like, what's the word? Embedded into OBS. It will work once, and then it's like, bye. Bye. So I was like, okay, crap, let me throw this up because I made this mistake. I got popcorn the other day, and it's like flavored popcorn. My voice is still a little low. I will try and turn it up. Just as a heads up, though, you will probably hear fan background noise because unfortunately our air conditioning isn't working properly at our house, which I love. So hopefully that made it a little better. I know I was also a little away from my mic as well, but definitely let me know if I need to do any more adjustings. But hello, welcome in. Oh my goodness, all the friends came in when I was on BRB. So I ate like a couple pieces of this popcorn. I was like, oh no. Oh no, I want to continue to eat this. So I did. I was typing with one hand and eating popcorn with the other. And then I had to cut myself off. Thank you so much. I definitely go back and forth between using an avatar or having my face on cam. Usually Sundays are my face cam stream. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Usually I go back and forth, and like Sundays are usually my day that I have my face cam on. However, this room is such a hot mess. Oh, no worries at all. You were totally fine. But hello, motherfucker. How you doing? But yeah, our like office space is just kind of a hot mess right now, because it's the only room that we can put the window air unit in. So we threw our mattress in here and we're living on the ground like heathens. So I just didn't want to deal with all that in the background. And I didn't feel like doing my makeup because it's been hot. But I did see that our lovely friend Terry N came in. And then I gotta scroll up with the 5-month resub. I love you, Pookie. I hope you're having a great time. I also saw that Penguin came in as well, so welcome in. And also Lady Dies a Lot. If there is something else you'd rather me call you on stream, definitely let me know. So this month we are doing LGBTQIA plus themed games for the most part. And I say that because last week we did do a collab stream, but like, to be fair, just all the gays played. All the gays were playing together, so it still fits in the theme. And then next Sunday as well, we are not doing LGBTQ based games, but we are doing a 12-hour charity stream for the Trevor Project. So, you know, still within the realm of Happy Pride Month. And that's so totally valid. But right now we are currently playing Cage of Roses. I have not played this before. I do have a little tag that there could be sexually explicit things. I don't know. I just don't want to get accidentally suspended again. Because last time I got suspended, it was for drawing mushrooms and butts. So we're trying to be good. But yeah, so I'm excited. So far this game has been very, very slow on the story progression. Essentially, like, the redheaded gal here, she is a noble lady. Also, I'm not going to point it out, but if you see it, you see it. I feel like her top needs to be a little higher up. But, anyways. This lady here, she was betrothed. Her maid / friend Henny and her parents were all in a carriage on the way to her fiance. They got attacked by bandits. Everyone got murdered. Henny took Mankey, grabbed her by her hand, led her through some woods. Mankey tripped, fell, knocked herself out. Henny saw Vampire Lady killing some people without really realizing what exactly was happening, thinking that she was disoriented and seeing it herself. They're currently captive in Vampire Lady's basement, and Vampire Lady was like, I'll kill her and let you go for free. And then she's like, I can't do that. Like, I just lost my parents and also to give up my best friend's life. What the fuck? And Henny is like, well, if it's my life. And I'm just like, no. But yeah, that's been the gist. It is a very, like I said, kind of slow story, but I think the artwork's really pretty, and I do really like the music and like the instrumentals with it. So it's different than some of the games that we usually play, so I'm interested to see like how it progresses from here. But yeah, anyways, well, if my life's all you're after. Henny reached out, taking Makey's hand between her own, then said, what else is there to think about? It's like a fine suggestion to me, don't you agree, Makey? What? Makey stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending. Surely you don't mean that. You're not all right with this, are you, Henny? Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I've got to do to save your life, Makey, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny tried to sound brave, but Makey could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hand shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Makey could not allow Henry to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Makey knew Henny only wished the best for her, but no. Makey spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast. I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? Oh, like saying that she would remain there and then... So yeah, we're just... Listen. It's gonna be Beauty and the Beast. This whole story is just Beauty and the Beast vibes, I guess. Who doesn't love a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome? What? No, you can't mean that, Makey. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't even have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me, ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the key to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you, despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected, too. Didn't it just? Faintly, Makey smiled. Dyer, though their situation was happy to share this memory with Henny. Ooh, what's that? Oh, it's a little stitch. Is it a stitch? Is it an angel? It's an angel. Sorry, I was like, the emote is so tiny, but it's so cute. Little cheerleader. Faintly, Makey smiled, dire though their situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might very well have been her last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Makey knew not what the future held, but... Lady Von Essen, Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never seen anything like it. Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. I recall that she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes. God, yes, poor Hen. I felt awful about it at the time, really I did. I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you'd done nothing wrong. You'd been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, would have avoided the Ferrari. I should probably make a pin that says I'm illiterate. Just have it at the top. Together. But I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I've dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. But Makey, I like it when you rely on me. Please feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you. By offering yourself up as... Oh, sorry, that's a different person. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want, Makey, please. Henny stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entrailing. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman. And you're the pinnacle of rationality, are you? Considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all of this. Of course I've accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking. But one of us is biting. It has to be better than both of us. If I can't protect you, I must. I will. That's my job. Or if I can't protect you. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Magdalena. Yes. Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to feel rather left out. My apologies. I will endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Mickey drooped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Mickey knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. Magdalena? Magdalena. I forgot how I said it like 2 seconds ago. If Mickey was to serve Henny, she would oblige to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Mickey's means. Even though she was a lady, she was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would indeed be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I am not a lady, you see, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then you mean to say you are the maid and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress? That is correct, yes. I know I am addressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was part of Lord and Lady von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often have me dress as lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dresses as a maid. It is a means of, oh my gosh, subterfuge. I can't. So that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a true desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady. What? Makey, that's... Henny began, but Makey cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could no longer still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Henrique is the one whom will be missed in Asperg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he's a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you? Magdalena pondered Miki's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Miki stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Miki knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't need to convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until, "Oh, very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrique." Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. "If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal?" "Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrique's safety." "Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care." "What a wonderful friendship you women have. It's quite special, really, particularly given the disparity of your social statuses. Now, come along, Lady Henrique. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It is the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status." "What? Make you know?" Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight about her wrist. "Makey, please stop this. Tell her the truth." "I'm sorry, Hen, but..." Abashed, Miki dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from their cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance, the betrayal stung far too much. "This is how it has to be." "Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scuppered it up." "I don't understand you at all, Makey. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me?" "Magdalena, please." Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying and failing to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell. "Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being." "Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrique. Your fiancé wouldn't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache." "But Makey, I can't let her. Let me go." Henny cried anew, squirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger to such a degree that Henny screamed. "Ow." "Ow." Henny's cry echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit's leader during his final moments. Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly, Makey feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy, could put up a little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Mickey would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This was what Mickey had wanted when she had spun her frankly untenable story. So why then did she feel so guilty? Oh, that scared me. Let go of me. Let go, I say. Mikey, please. Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible in her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Mickey was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone. Forced merriment she doesn't love, Mickey disappears into her future when she and her family follow full of bandits deep into woods. Are they doing a recap? With the help of her maid, Henny, Mickey is able to escape. Mickey. Henny. Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire Magdalena. Magdalena. Johann, and I didn't read the other one. Heidi. Mickey fears her captor, and yet... she feels safer with Magdalena than she ever did with her fiancé. Oh, kissing already. Is this stuff we gotta, like, look into later? Is this spoilers? Cage of Roses. Because we did Act 1. Interesting. Interesting. Boo boo. La boo la boo la boo boo. La boo boo. La boo la boo la boo boo. La boo boo. La boo la boo la boo boo. La boo boo. La boo boo la boo boo. I have not thought about the theme song in probably a week or so. So thanks for getting that stuck back in my head, Bran. I have been on the Labubu side of TikTok, but it's been more so the people giving alterations to their Labubus, like giving them a Labooty. Or they're giving them like grills or like fake nails and fake eyelashes. I've seen some give them like tattoos. And I kind of love that side of it. The dolls themselves, I still have zero interest in and everything, but you know, La Boo Boo. I'm curious on how long that the La Boo Boos will stay a trend. The time passed at an distinguishing slow pace as Mickey sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Without Henry to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from her cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now, these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal-black clubs. Mickey caught the eyes of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the card was mocking her. Mickey reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think either about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, as she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her head and mind, and yet. Though Mickey tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp, tooth-like eels withered just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Mickey quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena has seemed to derive great pleasures from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she has said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Mickey could only hope if Magdalena did not mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night. No, for one lifetime. Mickey, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation, her skin, which was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. She wanted to live. Mickey had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not, as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore, and she had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Mickey had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, patient. Okay, hi. Listen, heroes of the storm, you're fine. Stay back there. She is not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady. Mickey had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents and her parents' esteemed visitors and later her parents' chosen fiancé, but it had not felt like living. Oh my god, get out of here. The only time Mickey felt... Wait, what? Oh, I just got the alert for follower goal. I wonder if that happened earlier with you, Lady Dies a Lot. That's so late. But thanks for getting us to 190 followers. That's exciting. We started streaming in January. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us and hanging out for a little bit. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye. Oh, and then let me give you a shout out beforehand, whether or not you're still here. So a few of our friends know, but recently one of our other streamer friends had raided in to Lady Dies a Lot channel, and I have been frequently being in there this week, kind of like work lurking and stuff, but definitely they have a very cozy and like inviting community. It is definitely kind of like cozy chaos, as is most of our friend groups here, but definitely be sure to check them out at some point in time. The only time Mickey felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Mickey was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How, then, was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Mickey going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She had persevered not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now, Mickey feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her, exotic settings for stories and nothing more. Sorry, I had to sneeze. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was, it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. Her 25 years thus far been a story. Makey thought bitterly. It would have been a hopelessly dull one for an endless waiting, but precious little doing. Oh my god, that was a weird sentence to read. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really, when all was said and done? There's no point in crying about it. Makey muttered this under her breath in the dark for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live even if Magdalena did set me free. I'd have to return to Walter, and we would wed, and then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I'd go from being a cloistered daughter to a accosted wife. Is that any better, really? In Makey's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his housebound bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Makey had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Makey was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door, which partitioned the cell from the hall, opened with a scraping squeal.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Mommy?
Mommy?
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Mommy?
Mommy?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Mommy?
Mommy?
Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Hey, thanks for the 69 biddies. I was debating on which gift to use for her, and I struggled because, like I said, with the whole demisexual thing I'm on, I can see people as oh, they're pretty, oh they're pretty, oh they're pretty, but I'm not hey, I wanna smash that. So it was hard to pick one, but I think Margot Robbie is a good choice. She's very pretty, she's cute, we love her. Sorry, my brain just went to a funny thing that I'm really I would be tempted to do, but I also don't want to. I'll say it because I won't do it because obviously I don't want to invade your guys' privacy. But how funny would it be if I had a slideshow of the different Pookies? Have just your guys' selfies in there. I appreciate you, Pookie. But yeah, I was just I don't know who to do. There's a lot of pretty people. I do know who I'm going to do for the next one, though. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more Magdalena entered Makey's cell. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fare you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait. Oh, never mind about me. Oh, this isn't her voice. She's mocking her now. Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me. Your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you seem only to care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. Allay your worries? I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I, but oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be all right on her own. That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there's no guarantee she'll be able to find her way to Augustburg, not in the dark with all this fog. These woods are dense, and the paths are not.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Welcome in, Ox. How you doing today, friend? We haven't gotten very far in Lesbian Vampires. It is very, oh my god, it's already 1 o'clock. It is very drawn out, this whole, I am in a cell. I thought we could play this in one go. And also because I don't know the contents of this game because I haven't played it, I did put the sexual tag just in case. Hopefully, hoping I won't get, hopefully, you know, I won't get suspended again. But I did say if it gets too crazy, we will stop the game right there because I'm not about to get suspended. Also, next week is charity stream. I'm really excited. Anyways, how you doing?
These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals.
Oh, absolutely, like, agree on that. Because obviously she's trying to, like, fat it, but... Listen, I think the art style in this game is really, really pretty. Like, I like the colors that they use. Ox with a big brain. Whereas Zella only had 2. That's why. Ox stole the big brains.
This forest is fair teeming with wolves. Did you know that?
He's got all the big brains, but not the chaos. I guess we haven't checked our chaos today. I don't know. I feel like you're stuck with it.
Wolves? Oh, yes. This forest is just as much their territory as it is mine, and they often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only thing fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trail unscathed.
Oh my gosh, Zala. I do love that.
Let us hope that she'll be all right, shall we?
Makey said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned not to her own undetermined fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in ephemeral fog. I'm also super illiterate, and they keep using big words.
Mickey saw Henny backed against a copse of a tree, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in a spades. If her performance as a joker were anything to be believed.
Oh, mailing. First I thought you were saying mauling, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'm fucking destroying it. Not in a good way.
She's always been better at cards than Mickey. Now, enough about Lady Henrique. She is no longer my captive, and, as such, is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. to me. Yes, indeed. I have designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then you mean... Mickey pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare. Do you wish to drain me of my blood? I get all tripped up pretty lesbian vampire story too. Get out of here. I bet that's wrong, chat, huh? Magdalena teetered. Well, give me a second. How very eager you are. It is not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean, oh, sorry. It's not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean to kill me, that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh, yes. That look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant. But what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Makey. That's because of the cold. And not because of your fright? I was able to protect my dear friend. I've nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life? I've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. Ah, yes. That is the fate, or so I have heard, of being a servant, you poor dear. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment Makey wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face. It lasted only for a second, however, before it faded. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered earlier made for a more satisfactory meal. I'm so glutted, I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then you mean to draw this farce out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish, until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure that your blood would taste sweeter than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Though it was Mickey's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Mickey, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a pricking sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I am to enjoy you properly, I'd prefer to do so while your body is still warm. What? Mickey looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I do not believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, until I have further need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. Unexpected. I didn't know that you were so gracious. I can be. I have hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale. Poor dear, you and I could almost be sisters. A white skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens, not even the fairest in all the land. Now please, follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself. No, Miki bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell, and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Miki had really given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog racked with shivers. If that is what you want from me, then I have no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are. Nope, how very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Ah, yes, so you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so that I would be bidden to carry you. But this is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? Listen, I feel like a vampire. They gotta be a little bit more, they're not a normal person. Please lead the way. Miki dropped Magdalena a curtsy, this time, taking her dirty skirts between her fingers, the pads of which turned pink from the colds. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned upon her heel after bidding Miki to follow. Naturally, and I keep going back and forth with Miki and Maki. It's just gonna be what the fuck it is. Naturally, Maki obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Maki down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the ones Maki and Henry had been imprisoned in. Maki tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her and she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Miki could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spills intermediately through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Miki supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Miki to the stair of the footcase, which led up to her subterranean cells. Careful. Magdalena cautioned Maki before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Maki been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. A broken neck didn't seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Miki felt little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth fell hewn into the permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Makey cleared the final steps of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but had clearly fallen to rot and ruin, its heyday long since past. There in the ground floor smelt almost as rank as in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Makey could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly upon her tongue. Makey swallowed, hoping to avoid her mouth the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you." "Thank you," Makey replied, abashed, and then, "I thought you did not care for God or his teachings?" "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Mute with fatigue, Makey continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous Makey had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Makey supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle? Was larger even than Makey's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this scene of spoilt luxury, Makey felt smaller than ever before, a tiny doll rather than a grown woman rattling about in a playhouse. The entire hall must have been a fine one, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Makey's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Makey doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall hanging aloof from a high, high ceiling, but when Makey craned her neck upwards, she could see, even in the dark, that it was festooned with spider webs. And just as a heads up, we will be having ad break here in about a minute. Where am I? The house might have been a grand one, but it was not so now. It seemed a wonder, really, that it still stood, which clearly was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Makey spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air. Perhaps you ought to see hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit. Makey brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase, then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust. This. Oh? Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Makey and smiled. Are you judging my home, Makey? I would never presume to be so rude. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought I might feel more homey, that's all. If it were less of a pile. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head. You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please judge away to your heart's content. I've never been a fan of this place myself. The scale is too grandiose even for my liking. My great-great-grandfather, It was he who had built this place, or had this place built, had more money than sense and absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money and means, he will often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little in the decisions of great men, and neither, to my undying woe, does aesthetic sense. I can't believe that. My master, rather. Minky's face flushed at the gape, the tips of her ears turning pink. Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something. Then it seems that we have something in common. I found this place dismal, even when my family was alive, and we had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts, but they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now my family is dead, and all of our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean. I, and only one of me, is quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half-century. I hope you can forgive my slovenliness. Oh no, it's fine, I understand. You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened as they had back in the dungeon with something akin to sympathy, but before Miki could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It's most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Miki followed behind Magdalena, as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and a bed. It was as Magdalena said, she really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than that stone floor upon which she had been lying. Oh my goodness, sorry. Mickey yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh. But half asleep though she was, Miki's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Miki had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream, or was it? Miki was unsure. This scream was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cell lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Someone other than herself? Was it another captive kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Magdalena. Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I'd rather use a nickname, as you did with your mistress. Miki wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter really how she addressed Magdalena, when soon she would be dead? Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? What noise? You didn't hear it? Miki stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patient disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear it sounded just like a scream. A scream, Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode when I am attending to a prisoner. Makey shivered. But there is nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. Then it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Oh. Miki pressed a hand to her own throat as if to check its integrity. As she did so, choked. The air was... I know, vampire lady, huh? The air was so thick with dust, it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you are wondering. I am a woman of my word, I promise. I let her go. She is quite... well. She's not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is a possibility that she might live to see another dawn. Then who screamed? What was that sound? It must have been your imagination. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation. It didn't feel like a dream, though. No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is a very draughty in here. Is that all? That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak.
Nasty, I've been a nasty girl. Nasty, I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Hi, Ben. Welcome in, friend. How you doing?
POV if Magdalena's coming from me. Is that like her POV or your POV? Oh, give me that. I had to read what it was. I was like, are you choking her? What's happening? But hello, man. Welcome in. Okay, that's what I thought. Magdalena's red eyes bore into Miki, so intense Miki feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Miki glanced away. No, I wasn't suggesting that. Labu 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 boo. Labu boo. Labu 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 boo. Labu boo. Labu 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 boo. Labu boo. Labu boo labu boo. I like how just serious it is and then labu boos happen. So goofy. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I am pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from lack of sleep, if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or shall we never make it to our destination? Miki nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like a breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Miki was certain that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Oh, we're just now getting to see like this because it was so dark. We get to see the bottom of their outfit. Also, look how little she is. She's so short. Here we are, home sweet home. So, Magdalena looked at Miki, an amused smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Miki examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. Makey could see, despite the darkness, that... Oh my goodness, sorry. Makey could see, despite the darkness, that it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home, however. And even if she had been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. Oh, if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. I know, honestly, so earlier, you and Essie with your little demos popped up here too. And then at one point as well, like it popped up and it was talking about like Heroes of the Storm has an update. And then it's like, Heroes of the Storm has been updated. And I was like, get out of here. Stop exposing me. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years. Thank you for the 50 biddies, buddy. I appreciate you. I need to turn the volume on that one up, though, because it was really quiet, especially compared to fucking Labubu. Labubu screams. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were hoary with age and with insects, as was the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those which Makey had awoken. At least this room had a bed, a four-poster one no less, like the one at Makey's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Makey could rest her weary limbs. The bed-chamber had a wardrobe too, though Makey possessed nothing to store in it, save for the tattered clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was, thankfully, far cleaner than the one Makey had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Makey could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have had been afforded much of a view, even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept through the fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the two lit candles, to toy too with Makey's hair at the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Makey, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. I only want your blood, not your body. I beg your pardon? Makey blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. What designs are you speaking of? You cannot tell. I'm sure I've no idea. None whatsoever? None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. Goodness me. Magdalena rolled her red eyes upward to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as these? My mother did not, no. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although I don't think I would have cared too much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave. Touch, touch. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home very much either. You told me. Touche. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them that it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all of the dust and general disguise. Dices? Oh, I have more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do, but not right now. I am too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but Mickey let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you no designs on my innocent? Dear me, I thought that you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I have little to laugh about. And you have even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. Also the fact that she was talking about, like, her governess and stuff, like, and that her mom, like, she seems to slowly be letting slip that she's actually, like, a lady versus a maid, which, I mean, obviously is pretty fucking clear, but Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of her surrounding. I have no nefarious intentions. Of that you can be assured. Miki thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and Walter's expectations come their wedding night, and flushed. She's blushing. If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricted gloves. I don't understand. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible. You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. I know. She's like, but babies. You can't make babies. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. I also really fucking like her outfit. La, 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 la. Okay, sorry. It's scratching my brain. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others. Right? Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent, it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. What? Mickey had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough what she meant by this. What? Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Lady Henrique's faithful servant? Yes, you did say. I went to jokingly throw my popcorn at Bio, but instead of throwing the popcorn, I just unclipped the chip clip and threw it at him instead. And that is true. She is the lady, not I. You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, back in the cells. You're so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least you would have, if you weren't such a terrible actress. What? Oh, Bean. She's so fucking cute. I love her. Oh, don't what me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I'd fail to notice all of your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours earlier, dirtied though it is, and your bearing is definitely regal. You can never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then, Makey sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew I was lying from the very beginning? Indeed I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Makey. You're much too sweet for it. You gotta be. Get her. Bean. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Oh gosh, what was the fucking Walter? Walter wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but he will surely come looking for me. This bitch, I can lie. Walter, is that the name of your fiance? Yes, it is. And you don't refer to him by his Christian name? Christian name, which was Walter? That is... Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice, my parents. Ah, yes, it was silly of me to ask. That is how it always goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Makey swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too. I am Von Essen, after all. There'd be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So that is how he regards you? As a profitable purchase? I cannot say, after all. I hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Doesn't that sum it up? It is not entirely inaccurate, no. What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you'd be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Walter's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here. Makey did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try and look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he'd be able to best me. But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes, good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away all of your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why I went along with your little chinsery, then, let us say I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your mate. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain, that's all. And you are prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts, at least. Now, you really must get some sleep. It'd be much better for you than asking all these silly questions. But I have nothing to change into. What will I sleep in? Excuse me, what? Excuse you, what? I considered as much and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself up into waking. You could find no better amenities than any inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically, then dropped Mickey another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as yours needs her sleep. The turn to walk away. Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened, then turned. She disparted, her long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Mickey waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. Also, okay, I have a curiosity question on body composition. So, like, all of this looks fine and normal. But then this is supposed to be, like, a ripped in her dress. The dress here looks like here's her waist, and then it goes out all the way over here. And then here's her waist, and it goes out, like, probably roughly, like, around here. If this is her leg, it would have to be, like, right here and, like, end just right here, right? Because then, like, my brain is, like, but where, like, the folds are, it almost feels like they drew her leg fucking huge compared to her body. Like, as somebody with thick thighs, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, it just feels very large, because also too, like, for all of this to be exposed, because I'm like, technically, like, if this is her bust line, this is her waistline, then her pelvis, like, has to be at least here. So this would have to be, like, all, like, upper thigh, right? Well, and that's what I was curious on, but at the same time, like, we'd be able to see, like, more of, like, a petticoat and or, like, hoop or something. But, like, right here you see her bare skin. So that's why I'm trying to figure out. And it's been distracting me this whole time, because I'm like, here's where, like, her navel would be, give or take. And then here would be, like, the bottom of her bits, give or take. If not, like a little lower, just based on like chest, waist, that. Which like makes sense that it would hip out here. But then this is like, I don't know. It just feels very big to Google with ruler. Because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like they made her like leg look huge. Because like I said, it would be here. Would probably be like where certain areas end, you know? So I'm like, did they just give her monster thighs? Because it'd make more sense if like, okay, if here's like her area, that like it could possibly, like, since she's at an angle, like it could possibly be like part of it, but it should like end here, just given like her stature. I'm sorry. I just see that this is bare skin, and then I'm like, but like, what? Why does it look so? Why is there so much skin? It shouldn't be, because it should end like here, given like. I'm too autistic for this. Anyways, I don't know. I was just looking at it, and like the body composition looks off to me, like here, because there's no sign of like a bustle, which would help with like the booty part. But even if there was a bustle, like it could still be a thing, but then the skin part should be like less, because she's kind of at like a 3/4 angle. So therefore her tummy would be here. The bottom of her torso would end just about like in this general area, which like kind of makes sense with the like the way the shading and the gathering of the skirt is. But then like here would for sure be like where her like hip into like her thigh, right about here. But then that would make her thigh so big compared to like the rest of her body, where she's like fairly petite. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be like her hip, because like the top of it starts here, like, because this is her like mid like natural waist area, and then this is where we would probably wear like normal pants, like if we didn't wear high-waisted pants. So like right around here is the bottom of her torso. But then I'm like, why is there so much skin showing? Because yeah, it's like showing as if her leg would be like over to here. And then why? I don't know. Anyways, now that I've spent like 50 minutes on that. I don't know. It just was getting to me, because I was like, if she had a bustle, like it would make sense. But just kind of with some of the composition. Oh, I could see that. Yeah, because it's just kind of like darkened, like where the speech bubble is. I wish I could like get rid of it to show you. And then it looks like some of the dress might be like just gathered up, and I'm not sure why, but you know, her hair is also floating in space, so that's cool too. Mickey waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, and then rose once more to her feet. Because, yeah, you can see a little bit here, and then, like, this would be, like, where her hip goes out. So she doesn't have a wide bottom half. But the way they drew the flesh part makes it seem very thick. Like, that size of thigh would make more, and, like, hip area would make more sense for Henny than it would for her. But, yeah, now it looks normal. But, yeah, it was just that part where they have, like, her skin showing. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked. Well, of course. What did I expect? Defeated, Mickey returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Mickey stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered, "What am I going to do now?" Mickey's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Hey girl, hey. See, like, this art style is so pretty though. I like how they do all the like the coloration and like the shading and stuff. Mickey tossed and turned uneasily that night in a bed which smelt of disuse. There we go. Disuse and decay. The bed was more comfortable than the cell in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold as its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least the dungeon, with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, but all of its decorations had since been ravaged by time, unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Minky a corpse? Magdalena had spared Maikie's life for the present, but Maikie doubted that she would be so fortunate again in the future. Magdalena was not, Maikie's reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Maikie of her blood, and when she did, Maikie would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air even smelt the same. It smelt of death. No matter how Maikie tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily, like black-cloaked thieves through the cracks in the glass panes. Miki's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? The night never ended. Act 2, Dust and Decay. Yeah, this game has big words. I think that they took a thesaurus and they're like, this. I'm going to do a super quick BRB. Maybe I'll click onto this so that there's music. Okay, I guess there's just going to be these noises. I'll be right back in like less than 5 minutes. Sorry, I apparently decided to leave my headphones in the other room. So to come back for them. Okay. And I know that I'm not muted. I'm just failing a little bit. While Makey began to drift off into an uneasy slumber, Henny was busy cutting her own way through the dense, sprawling forest. Magdalena had been as good as her word, and she had indeed set Henry free, a conscience that Henny hadn't expected from her. Monsters weren't known for their amendability, nor for their sincerity. Henny had believed when Magdalena had dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart just like the bandits in the forest had been. Henny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through the subterranean cells, and inwardly she had cursed Magdalena's name. She had thought of demanding that the vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Magdalena would not listen to her. Why would she, when Henny was but a human woman, and a short, dowdy one of prepossessing features besides? Henny had been prepared to die for Makey's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly while Makey suffered still. Fear had dogged her, sewn beneath her skin like one of 1,000 needles. But in the end, Magdalena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny through her large, dust-covered entrance hall and out the front door. Well, Magdalena had addressed Henny thus, one eyebrow raised, as she pushed the door ajar. What are you doing? Okay, that's my hand. That's my whole hand. Thank you. I like when she flops around. She's cute. I'm just waiting for her to tack my foot now that I've moved.
I'm just a girl.
Oh, hello, Lily. Sorry, I did not see the hydrate. Thank you for the redemption, friend. How are you doing? I'm just a girl. Are you going to leave? Oh, are you going to leave like your silly sentimental mistress? Ow! Bean got me. Are you going to leave like your silly sentimental mistress wanted you to? Or would you prefer to stand there looking stupid? What? You knew that Makey is my mistress all this time? Of course I did. And do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once one has been alive for as long as I. And your mistress's attempt to subterfuge, were laughably poor. Oh, I thought the same myself. Miki always loses when we play card games. She's awful at them, really, but... Goodness. If you already knew that Miki's my mistress and I'm a maid, why are you letting me go and not her? Well, why not? I can do as I please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow to stay here. It is, yes, but... Enough. It is not your place to question my decisions, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I have decided to let you go out of the goodness of my heart. I release you from your cell, and now I have even brought you to the front door, but still, you will not go. Do you like it here so very much? Please don't tell me that you have a death wish. That would undermine all of your poor mistress's ploys. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste now, would you? You. Henny had gritted her teeth together as she regarded Magdalena, stung by her words. Magdalena was not so very tall, nor very imposing, but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Magdalena was capable of in the woods, she would not have known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and it unsettled her. The bandits' screams and their severed limbs would not leave her, daubed against her eyelids, just as their blood had been splashed, red and streaky, across the forest floor. Henny had known that she could not fight against Magdalena, and neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain, much as a nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let her or Makey go. I wanted to see how many acts were in this. Cage of Roses acts. Because we're on Act 3. Why did I put cafe? It's supposed to be cage. One moment, please. Of Roses. How many acts? Okay, it says it has 4 acts, so we should be able to finish this today. Interesting. And like I said, I know there's DLC that's spicy, but we're not getting it. It had been abundantly plain, much as a nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let her Makey go. She had already made up her mind. All right then, I'll leave if that's what you're after. I won't forget you though, Magdalena. I won't forget what you've done to me or Makey, and I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. I'll come back, I swear it on my ma's life, and I won't leave without Mikey. Really now? That is quite the declaration. I suppose I shall look forward to seeing you again then, Lady Henrique. It gets so lonely here, living in this desolate old pile, and I do love entertaining guests. I will be sure to save a place for you at my tea table, ensuring that you're able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It is awfully dark out there, and look at all that fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Henny had not dignified this teasing rhetoric with an answer. Instead, she had turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving the Von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, it had not been too apparent. Now, free from Magdalena's clutches, Henny continues to pick her way through the woods. Henny thought of Magdalena and of Makey, and how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. Her thoughts strayed too, on occasions, to her own safety, and whether she really would be able to emerge from the woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit the inside of her cheek in self-rebuke. Sorry if you heard that. I needed to get more beverage, but we're here and we haven't done that. But whenever she did that. It was not, Henny told herself, a case of if she would escape from the woods, but when. Henny knew that if she succumbed either to the wild animals or the icy air, Miki's fate would be sealed. Miki was relying upon her, which meant she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it but to keep putting one foot after another, no matter how many times it took. Henny continued to... I like how, they have her collar all fucked up and, why hasn't she fixed it? Oh, and I guess her dress is torn here, too. I wonder what this is supposed to be. Henny continued to walk, her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. It was very dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way. The trees were dense, their foliage vast, and only a few slivers of milky light could penetrate their bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair into disarray. Her dress, which was stained and dirty from the night's exertions, fluttered about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought only of escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed Makey's hand tightly in her own, and had pulled her along as a child might a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. Henny hadn't known where they were going. She hadn't much cared either. She only had wanted to save herself and her mistress too. Now Henny walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run. By God, her legs felt like lead, and she felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed by in a blur, unbeknownst to Henny, who had no timepiece as she walked. She did not know where Augustburg was, or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself for all she knew. It did not seem to matter very much. Henny was no stranger to physical labor, but she had been walking for such a long time, her soles were beginning to blister. Each step induced new, exquisite agonies within her, which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together, and a canker on her ankle burst, filling her shoe with patio growth. All the while, the cool wind tugged at her hair, nipped at her cheeks, whipped her skirts about her thighs. Henny heard, or thought she could hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Agitation seized her, an agitation so great she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheek. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingling with its coppery tang as she hurried on. She moved between the trees, fitfully aware of the howling, which no longer sounded as distant as it once had. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside her skull like a stone until... "Oh!" Henny exclaimed, surprised, as the burst through a copse of thickly packed trees and out onto the mud. Oh, what's this emote? Oh, a rip. She's walking into the peril. There, not so far away, she could see the source of the noise which she had heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses. Hardly able to believe her luck, Henny dashed to the carriage, then cried out breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it. "Wait! Oh, please wait! Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to get to I need to get to I need to get to Augustburg immediately, before it's too late. It's very, very important. I swear, good sirs. My poor mistress's life is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die." I also need to get to Makey felt disoriented when she awoke the following day in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled. It took Miki, I keep saying Miki, but I think it's Makey. It took Makey a few moments to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. She had slept little the night prior, and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. Groggily, Makey pressed the heel of her palm to her eyes and rubbed them. Then she looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. I like that the curtains are just randomly open. The bedroom Makey found herself in was so unlike anything she had seen before that she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. She pinched the sides of her arm in hopes that the room would shift like water, but remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable, even if the chill which assailed her did not. Maki had faint recollections of running through the forest last night. Her parents had both been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her, but these memories remained a blur. Maki could not recall her parents' final moments, but she could remember awaking in the dungeon of an unfamiliar abode governed by an unfamiliar woman. This woman, who had introduced herself as Magdalena, had claimed to be a vampire, and now Maki was her prisoner. The bedroom Maki found herself in seemed even more... See, like this. Is it supposed to be like a veil-like thing? And why did they cut it off? Listen, I'm sorry. I'm judging art because I'm a jerk. But I just am curious on like if this is just supposed to be like a flowy veil thing. Is it supposed to be like a feathery, furry thing? And why does it bloop out like that? Unless again it's supposed to be like on the ground behind her. The bedroom Miki found herself in seemed even more miserable in the daylight than it had last night, obscured by a veil of darkness. It was more dilapidated, than the servants' quarters at Miki's home, and most assuredly seen less use. The furniture, though luxurious, was scuffed, the carpet threadbare, the basin upon the bedside table covered in hairline cracks. Dust covered every conceivable surface, and spiders had made their homes in the corners of the room, their gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers. There. Sorry, I just laughed since I know they just flip the thing, but it made me giggle a little bit at just thinking on like her hand was up, and then she like quickly like swapped hands. The air was so stagnant, Maki felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. The windows were locked, and she could find no key to aid her. Perturbed, Maki slumped down at the desk by the window, then stared through stained, smeary glass. Magdalena's garden sprawled out before her in a dense, twisted tangle. Perhaps there had been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted in an apple orchard, and any number of others arboreal delights, but age had spoiled it all. Maki was no gardener, but she could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden had been unloved for years. Get out of here with your, oh, hi. Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was a forest, all tall, imposing trees, not so dissimilar from the proud oak which guarded the von Essens family mausoleum. And just as a heads up, we are going into ad break in about like an hour-ish here. Not an hour, a minute-ish here. The trees emerged from the fog, their boughs raised towards the sky, festooned in darkly verdant leaves. There were so many trees that Maki couldn't see very far behind them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all out there, other than nature. The rest of the world seemed very distant indeed. Maki herself seemed to have been a figure from a fairy tale, a languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch unable to escape. The sun hung above the treetops, suspended half hidden by clouds. Its rays were weak and did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside Maki's bedroom. Looking outside the window made Maki feel more trapped than laying in her bed had. At least in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her. Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's garden made these hopes feel hopelessly naive, however. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in the hopes of finding her? Walter might well send out a search party, but he would have no idea where to begin searching, and Maki wasn't certain if she much wanted Walter to find her either. She would languish inside Magdalena's home, wasting away like the flaking paint upon the walls until... Oh! Makey's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted by the discontented rumbling of her stomach. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten very much the night prior, or drunk very much for that matter. Her throat was parched. It seemed almost heartless to experience such base desires after her parents' deaths, but Makey's body knew little of propriety. All it cared was of its own immediate discomfort. Fortunately, Makey did not have to search for long to find means of availing her hunger pangs. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, had left a tray on her bedside table, which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and a saucer. Makey soon discovered that the teapot was still warm, a few indistinct ribbons of steam unspooling still from its spout. Magdalena must have entered her bedroom less than half an hour prior, while Makey had been asleep to set her breakfast down. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but they would be nutritious enough. Makey was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all in her home, given the curious nature of her diet. As a vampire, did she not sup only upon blood? Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself? Like for Makey's? Also, sorry, we're going to talk about body again. So you know how this was like the natural waistline? I guess that makes sense. I just feel like her belly button looks a little low because they have her navel right here. But like this is where they earlier had drawn her natural waistline. I'm just looking at my own. Yeah, mine's only just like if this is her natural waistline, like my belly button would be like here and this is really low. But if it's like here, then it's a very long torso. Anyways. The thought of her vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like those of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Makey smile. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note, which Makey extracted. She smoothed the note out, then examined it. The note was perfunctory, one written, oh my god, in an elegant, swooping cursive. It said quite simply, "Eat up and get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Makey was sure it was from her mysterious hostess. Makey wondered whether the note had been intended as a friendly gesture or a threat. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Okay, motorcycles. You done? Oh, perhaps it's something else, an extra friendly gesture. Makey was unsure how to feel about it, but she supposed it was nice that Magdalena had gone to the effort to take care for her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water. Magdalena might not be so bad after all. For a bloodthirsty vampire, that was, who meant one day to murder her. Makey brought the rim of her teacup to her lips and sipped the amber liquid within. She had half expected it to taste astringent of sharp, tangy iron and of blood, but she soon found it was quite inoffensive. Maybe it's assum? Listen, we needed more ass. Makey took another sip of the tea, and then another. Though she had meant to be cautious, what if the tea was laced with something? Her thirst soon got the better of her, and she drank the whole cup in half a minute. Sitting the cup back down on the saucer, Makey then turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap or the floor, though why did it matter, really, when the carpet beneath her was so worn? A few crumbs would hardly spoil this bedroom more than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homey. But then again, perhaps not. It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Makey doubted even Dr. Frankenstein himself could have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Mikey was cold. Mikey, Jesus.
Hey, Mikey.
Mikey was cold, even with the tea on her tongue. She was starting to feel distinctively cadaverous herself. She finished her breakfast, then looked around her room once more, unsettled. Surely she could not stay there, motionless, waiting for Magdalena to stop by and slaughter her. There had to be something she could do to escape her predicament. Makey rose to her feet, buoyed by sudden, nervous energy, and padded, barefoot, over to the door. She grasped the door handle and tried to turn it, but in vain. The door was locked, and it stubbornly refused to shift. Makey had expected as much and wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, Makey turned into the window, but her hopes of escaping via the window had already been dashed. Makey knew, already, the window was locked, and even if she had been able to open it, it was too high for her to escape from. Makey stood by the desk and peered, eyes narrowed, through the dirty glass. Magdalena's garden seemed a very long way down, blanketed though it was by the fog. Makey didn't much fancy the thought of smashing the glass, and she fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she did break her spine, it seemed likely she wouldn't break an arm or a leg or both. It did not seem like an escape was an option, though she had, of course, known that already. Magdalena would not have been that careless. Makey sighed, defeated, and took a seat once more upon the bed. It groaned beneath her, though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out of its misery. Makey could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. She felt distinctively miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity. At least Henny was all right. Makey hoped she was all right, at least. If she was not, then... But Makey would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be all right. She simply had to. Otherwise, Makey's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Feeling the need now to distract herself, Makey rose. Then she shed the nightgown Magdalena had given her. She changed, not into her old dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of the new clean gowns Magdalena had left in her chest of drawers, all neatly pressed frills which smelt only faintly of mold. Now newly outfitted, Makey paced the room, wondering what she could do. Oh, this is cute. While living with her parents, Makey's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoop. Lady Von Essen had thought sewing a suitable pastime for a young woman, that or playing the piano. Makey's mother had always thought music too passionate to be appropriate, however, and in any case, Makey had never been good at the piano. She had never been good at embroidery either. Makey had sewn cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off, until she had become so thoroughly sick of these twee, repetitive patterns that she had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. Makey considered herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena had not left an embroidery hoop upon her breakfast tray for her. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. Makey had stitched enough hateful curlises, to last a lifetime. Though there was no hoop, and thank goodness for that, there were books. The shelves in Makey's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, with worn spines and crinkled pages, but quite readable. Makey pursued their spines with the wide, curious eyes of a child, her unfamiliar gown brushing against the unfamiliar floor. Magdalena had told her last night that she might help herself to any of the books upon the shelves, but there were so many of them it was hard to know where to start. As there was nothing else for her to do do save sit and worry, Makey decided her time would be better occupied reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. She settled herself down upon the bed among the thin covers and opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book crackled like autumn leaves, and Makey had to handle it carefully, lest she tore them. All the wonderful words were still there, however, unblemished by the passing years. Makey shifted, attempting to get comfortable as she could in in so unfamiliar an environment, then began to read. Reading. Makey spent the rest of the day abed, poring through the pages of Lewis's The Monk. It was a very gripping story full of lust, murder, and intrigue, featuring a monk so debauched he took Makey's mind off her immediate concerns. Makey tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns, though the scenes near the end, which occurred in a dingy dungeon, reminded Makey a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. Makey skimmed these pages, which detailed the virginal Agnes' suffering, and soon reached the conclusion, wherein the wicked monk Ambrosio was tortured for his crimes. As Makey read, the sun began to sink outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table. This light was feeble, but it was enough to read by. Makey continued to skim the pages of the text, holding the book close to her nose, so as to devour it, so enraptured by Ambrosio's suffering, she did not hear the sound of a key turning in her bedroom door. She did not hear the sound of the door creaking open, however, a low, guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. Makey raised her head, disoriented once more, to find herself in Magdalena's home, in the dingy bedroom which Magdalena had prepared for her. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the glowing returned, perhaps to make good on her initial promise. I think it's interesting that she's wearing, is she wearing the same thing? If not, she's wearing something very, very similar. Did she mean to kill Makey at last? Makey had but a scant 10-page left to read of Ambrosio's ill-fated adventures, yet she feared she would not see how his life would end. Her own existence would come to a close before that of the vile monk. Makey supposed that she could slip past Magdalena, then make a hasty retreat, but no, she had dawdled for too long. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her, and now surveyed Makey with a detached sort of amusement. Good evening to you. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I brought you? Yes, thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You believed that I would let you starve? Magdalena tittered, her red eyes sharp and knowing. Please, I'm not that cruel. I've even brought more food for you. Look, it has been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry. Now that Magdalena had mentioned it, Makey could see in her hands she held another tray, much like the one she had brought earlier. This tray was laden with another teapot and teacup, and a plate upon which sat a meat pile, still steaming, and some vegetables. The food smelt surprisingly delicious, and the derelicit air of Makey's bedroom, and Makey was almost embarrassed at how hungry she was. Why, she was almost salivating. Magdalena lopped over to Makey, the tray in hand, then inclined her head to the bedside table. Would you mind moving that? I can set the tray down, I can't set the tray down otherwise. Oh, all right, I'm sorry. Makey moved her breakfast tray onto her lap, to which Magdalena curtsied, playing once more at being a maid. Much obliged, young madam. I'll take that away soon, but first... Magdalena unburdened herself of the tray and observed Mickey, one hand resting upon her hip. Are you all right? That seems an odd sort of question, don't you think? Do you believe anybody would be all right were they in my shoes? I hope you aren't wearing any shoes. Not in bed. They were filthy when you arrived here and quite caked in dirt. I didn't mean it literally. I know. I was just teasing. I wish you wouldn't. Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate our little spats? Hardly. I failed to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all. Oh, how fiery you are. I had almost forgotten. You look so very wan, you know, and weary too. The bags underneath your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black. Did you not get much sleep last night? I tried. I failed. I take it you had a lot on your mind. Yes, indeed. Not that this should come as a surprise. Were you thinking about your own fate? That, and the fate of my parents, Henny too. You're still fussing about that silly little maid of yours? I've no idea why you care so much. It's almost unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half so besotted with their servants. They treated them more like livestock than people. Henny is more than a maid to me. She's your friend. Yes, you said. How touching. Now, why don't you eat something? You must be hungry. I am, yes, but where did this food come from? You would know need of it, surely. Oh, I have my ways. Magdalena smiled knowingly. There are merchants who sometimes travel through these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass one by when I went for a walk in the early hours of this morning. This food I procured from them. You did not buy it? I did not need to. I can be very persuasive when I wish to be. It's one of the many perks of being a member of the noble undead. What? Do not tell me that you slaughtered him. Oh no. I don't kill indiscriminately. I'm not a brute, no matter what you might think of me. And my hunger has already been satiated for the present by last night's feast. I use nothing so nefarious as my powers of flattery. It is not so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. Not when you smile at them and you remember to bat your eyelashes. I hadn't prepared enough food to keep you going for a few days in a knapsack, plus some eggs and flour, the basic amenities, then bade him a fond farewell. He shall recall our meeting as a little more than a dream. Does that satiate your curiosity? For the moment, I suppose. Good. You have such a lot of questions, Mickey. Not that I mind them. It's nice to meet a woman so inquisitive. Now, do eat up. I'm sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Mickey did not much like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena, yeah. But she supposed her captor had a point. It was foolish to go without sustenance, especially when it smelt so tantalizing. Mickey set her dinner tray upon her lap, then began to eat. She dug into the pie with her knife and fork, which were darkly tarnished. Makey feared that the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food, but she was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Makey poured a piece of meat pie into her mouth, or popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed. As she did, Magdalena watched. Magdalena's red eyes were wide, as though she was observing something very interesting. An exotic animal in the cage, perhaps, or a reaction between two volatile chemicals. Makey did not think the act of her eating was so special, but it must have been different to Magdalena. As a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies or vegetables. Was that why the simple act of Makey eating enticed her so? As Makey ate, horribly self-conscious of Magdalena's stare, what if she were to drop any food on her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind going about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasions I'm able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives. That is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just prey. You have thoughts of your own when they aren't being disturbed by physical discomfort. You eat food, you read books, you have friends, dreams too. It's hard to believe it now, but once I wasn't always so different from you. That was a very, very long time ago, though. Makey detected, while sipping her tea, a note of longing in Magdalena's voice. Her hostess's expression was inscrutable, but her ruby red eyes were soft, pale lashes that framed them, trembling as though from the force of her own emotions. Had Makey not been afraid of Magdalena, she might have sympathized with her. For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared, for all the years she had lived and all of the hurt she had been caused, to be a young girl, younger even than Makey herself. Not for the first time, Makey wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face was so smooth, so devoid of blemishes. She could not yet have been in her 20s. She would have to have been 18 or 19 at that. It seemed a woefully young age to be consigned to an undying, eternal life of blood-sucking, which reminded Makey. Aren't you going to bite me yet? You said that you would. Oh? Magdalena blinked, and when she did, the sentimental, which had once pooled in her irises, dispersed. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said, You said that yesterday too, after I brought you to this chamber. Are you that desperate for me to drain you of your blood? No, I'm not. Of course I don't want you to drain me of my blood. I'd really rather you didn't, but if you're going to do it anyways, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long, unless you want to make me squirm. Making you squirm does not sound like too awful a proposition, really. You are quite charming when you are sitting, and even when you are eating. Few women can pull that off, you know, but you manage it. You eat with such small, considerate bites, like a fairy. I imagine you would be lovelier still when squirming, particularly if your face is as red as it is now. Or now, even. Magdalena leant in, grinning wickedly, her sharp incisors on prominent display, and curled her fingers beneath Makey's chin. What is? Let's go, lesbians. Let's go. Oh, sorry, I guess I can keep clicking. Their faces were now scant centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. Makey was suddenly, abashedly aware of her breath, which must have smelt of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, her face burned redder still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena. Her heart hammered so very hard she could feel it at the base of her throat inside her skull. Could Magdalena hear it too? Why did she feel so unnerved? If she hadn't been only afraid, that would have been understandable, but the sensation which curled in the pit of Makey's stomach seemed compromised of more than that. Her brow began to sweat, as did her palms. Tremulous as a leaf, she found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. Yes, you are lovely. Magdalena spoke, her voice appraising, as she tipped Makey's head back, her eyes roving not over Makey's face, but the slender column of her neck, and then the delicate blue veins which crisscrossed it. I would have no compunctions about sinking my teeth into that throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm. It is as though you were trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very lovely. It would seem a waste, almost, to drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There is little sense in being overly hasty. And in any event, I'm not that desperate. I can abstain. I must. A muscle tightened in Magdalena's jaw, and her eyes grew hard, just like two stones. I have managed for long enough as it is. I would not wish to have all my efforts undone. What? Makey blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending. Will you not drink my blood then? No, I won't. Not tonight. You may rest easy one more night, my dear Makey. Your death is still a ways off. How far exactly? That depends. Upon? Oh, I don't know. My own mood and the movement of the moon, and how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like the idea of you having another woman in this castle I can speak to. Oh, I quite like the idea, you see, of having another woman in this castle I can speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you have been reading when next we meet. I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, there isn't a single book in this castle I have not read at least thrice over myself. There isn't much to do, really, when one has been dead for as long as I have. So saying, Magdalena retrieved the tray from the floor, laden with Makey's breakfast things, then straightened. She cast one last, almost longing look at Makey, who shuddered beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew like the skin of an apple. Before, with what might have been a sigh or a sob, Magdalena turned. She unlocked the door with one hand, the key dull and matte in the candlelight, then exited, taking the tray with her. Okay, we're back to this. Makey passed that night. Oh, so I was like, she passed away. Makey passed that night much as she had the previous one, namely by laying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed her, trying and failing to sleep. Thoughts of her parents continued to play upon her mind, and of her own fate, and more pressingly even than any of that, of Henny. Makey wanted to believe that Henny at least had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny could continue to live. She would go far from Magdalena's dreary home within the woods, and one day she would meet a nice man and they would marry and she would have children. Henny would be happy, whilst Makey would soon be reduced to a pallid, wizened corpse, drained of all its blood. but with such a fate so different from the one she would have afforded if she had wed Walter. Maggie might, in a perverse way, have been better off as Magdalena's captive than she would Walter's bride. At least here, in Magdalena's home, she had a bed to herself. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight, but it was hers. There was no danger of Walter, or anyone else for that matter, joining her. If Maggie was to die in this bed, then so be it. She would welcome it. If Henny was all right, then she did not care what happened to herself. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. If Maggie slept poorly that night, then she was not the only one. Unbeknownst to Maggie, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep. Henny's day had been a busy one, and still she was reeling from it all. Sitting upright in her own bed, Henny found herself turning the events of her own day over in her mind. It had been the very early hours of the morning that Henny had finally made her way to Augustsburg, transported there by the kindly merchant she had met during her meanderings in the forest. Henny had thanked the merchant profusely for his help, and had then set about looking for Walter's home. Henny knew its location well, though she had only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the Von Essen home, but it was more modern in the construction. It was not the sort of house one could forget in a hurry. The sun had begun to rise in the increments as Henny walked through Augustsburg Street, and it turned a marvelous shade of pinkish red as Henny arrived at Walter's doorstep. The sunrise was very beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to gawp at and stare. She had more important matters to attend to. Walter's maids. Sorry, I'm just giggling since I could see Essie and her gameplay. I'm going to pop up on my phone and kind of lurk on their stream a little bit. But anyways, oh, that's still loud. Walter's maid had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles to the door and rapped, anxious all the while that she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. Henny's clothes, once neatly pressed, had endured quite the battering during her wanderings in the wood. Her apron had been torn and flecked with dirt, and the soles of her shoes were encrusted with stuff. Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. She had looked so very grimly, she would not have been at all surprised if Walter's servants had called the bailiffs on her. Her appearance had not been one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside Walter's spacious drawing room. Henny had fretted that Walter's housekeeper might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny had refused to move. It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. She had known, as she stood there, that she needed somebody to listen to her. Oh, Simba's on your desk. I'm scared. I looked over and I was like, what the fuck? Simba's sitting on Bio's desk. Real cute, like. But he's just like a big, like, cream-colored blob. Henny had knocked and knocked, her knuckles sore against the wood, until she finally heard the sound of oncoming footsteps. The door had opened, and before Henny stood Walter's housekeeper, a tall, austere woman called Gertrude, whom Henny had met twice before. Henny had recognized Gertrude in all her straight blonde hair. For a housekeeper, she was unusually young, but it had taken Gertrude several months longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, her expression one of revulsion, until Henny called out to her, "Oh, please don't be alarmed. I know what it looks like, but I'm not a beggar. It's me, and I don't know why this accent's like. It's me. It's me. So if you care to find me, next to the western sky. Sorry. I forgot what voice I even used for. It's me, Henrique, Lady Mackey's maid. I've come here on her behalf to let you know there's been an accident, a horrible accident. I need to speak to your master at once. It's very important. Please, let me have a word with Walter. Henny's cries for help must have been effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior, for a housekeeper's expression had eventually softened. Gertrude promised in clipped tones that she would not allow Henny to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable. Oh gosh, I don't know what voice giver. I do not care what it is you have been through. You might have been savaged by wolves in the woods for all I care. Whatever it is you have endured, I will not let you see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me as his housekeeper, if I let all the riffraff of the streets into his home. You will need a bath first, at the very least. And we must do something about your clothes, too. Why, you look as though you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. Henny tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what it was she had to communicate. There are things more important than clothes, but Gertrude, being Gertrude, had none of it. Icily unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath, at least, before she would be allowed within spitting distance of her master.
Hi, Shema. You left her there. You want to come here? You want to snuggle me? Yeah?
This is a great privilege, you know. Hot water. Hot water is a rare commodity. My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful. Henny was grateful, she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into the Walter home at all, but she had been less so at her insistence that her news could wait until all the dirt had been scrubbed from her between her fingers and toes. Henny had known full well, while she bathed, that Mickey could have been languishing in a prison cell, or worse, still being put to death. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude was satisfied by Henny's appearance, at which point the sun had risen and the vast vestiges of the night had been swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep throughout the night, save for the brief spell where she had been unconscious in Magdalena's cell. Though, neater after a bath, her skin washed free of filth and her body shrouded in clean uniform identical to the one of which Walter's serving drudges wore, Henny still felt exhausted to the point of delirium. Henny had been so tired that she had feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers his fiancée had found herself in. But Henny had known that she had to try. Oh, God. Look at this guy. He looks so grumpy. Just a grumpy guy. It had been a little after 9 o'clock that Henny had been permitted entry to Walter's study, wherein she found the master of the manor clean-shaven and sipping a cup of tea. Walter had seemed surprised to see Henny and had regarded her initially with some confusion. I don't know what voice to give him.
Goodness me, I did not think when Gertrude said I had a visitor that it would be you. You are correct, my Mickey's maid.
Why is that? Just the voices all the guys get. Not even attempting a guy voice.
Just hello, Ringley Skeletor.
Henny had not liked the way that Walter had said, my Makey. The wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it never would be, but she had swallowed her distaste regardless. She had always been trying to tell Makey, after all, that she should be happy at her future wedding to Walter. Walter was a good man, Henny had told herself. A gentleman despite how lowly origins. He had been born from nothing and, with a series of shrewd investments, had built himself an empire. He cared for Mickey. The possessive manner in which he spoke of her proved it, and he would surely rush to her side once he knew of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in Walter's study.
Yes, that is right.
Oh, no, wrong. Yes, that is right, Walter. I'm Henrique. I'm flattered that a great man such as you remembers a lowly maid like me.
But of course I remember you. We've not been afforded the opportunity to speak, but you and my Mickey are thick as thieves. One can scarcely be seen without the other. In that sense, you are very likely a pair of conjoined twins. You could be a modern medical marvel almost.
Walter had laughed at this, a sound which had seemed rather inappropriate to Henny after she had endured so many horrors the night prior. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence that they had wrought and Magdalena. But Henny thought he could at least have looked concerned at his fiancée, who had supposed to visit the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Did he not care that Mickey had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Well, I wonder if he sent the bandits. Curious. Perhaps he had consoled himself and all of the men. Oh, as all men of great importance do, that nothing had gone wrong, that nothing could go wrong given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior that Mickey's carriage had been waylaid by some innocent purpose, perhaps a faulty wheel or a need for a new horse. He had not, after all, been worrying of Mickey and her welfare. He did not care.
Speaking of which,
Walter had leaned forward in his chair, his laughter ceasing, to examine Henny with a newfound...
Ooh, he's playing Marvel Rivals.
with a newfound degree of thought. I did not see your twin with you.
I did not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely Mickey not in your company?
About that.
Oh, don't tell me she fell sick on the journey here. That would be truly heartbreaking. I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé conversing in some miserable inn on the roadside. No, this isn't quite it, you see.
Oh, sorry. No, this isn't quite it, you see.
Then, she is not sick. Where the devil is she, then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet. Did she send you here, Henny, to break my heart in her stead? It seems unlike Mickey, her bringing one of the fairest of her sex, but if her parents are having second thoughts...
It isn't that either. Lady Mickey's not sick, but I'm afraid she might be, and irreversibly so, if you don't do nothing to save her. Oh, Walter, it's awful what happened. You hardly believe it. If you'd seen what I've seen, if you knew what I knew, then... Oh. It was horrible. It was simply horrible, like something from a nightmare. We were traveling through the woods, Walter, the Von Essens and me, your Mickey included, when we were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage and they demanded... I don't really remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jewels, and when they weren't enough, they went after the gold, and when that weren't enough, they took out their plates and...
By love, or by Jove.
Walter's face, at this point, had turned very pale, all traces of merriment similarly dispersed.
They didn't harm my Mickey, did they?
They meant to, Walter, but they couldn't finish the job. They made short work of Lord and Lady Essen, and their coachman too, the poor bastard. But they didn't get their grubby hands on Lady Mickey, I saw to that. I took her hand during the hubbub and led her out into the woods. We ran and we ran and we ran, and the bandits were fast and they gained up on us. I feared all was lost, but then...
But then?
Walter leaned closer still, almost driving his elbows into the half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so.
What happened, Henny? Surely you and Mickey must have survived, else you would not be standing here now looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please, tell me my Mickey was all right.
That is to say, Henny had thought of nothing save talking to Walter ever since her flight from Magdalena's abode, but this is a crucial moment. She had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter of Magdalena? It sounded ridiculous, the sort of tale which could exist only within the pages of penny dreadfuls. Dracula was a well-known figure even among the literati, who considered gothic horror beneath them, but he had no place in polite society. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open, in oak-paneled studies such as Walter's, not to well-dressed wealthy men who had made their fortunes in mundane affairs like the railways. Henny did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell from his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a staunch rationalist. It had been immediately obvious that this man would never hold with vampires. Even Henny herself being born to superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot could scarcely credit what she had seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would not have believed it were she in Walter's position, but she had no choice but to, after all she had witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, smelt their blood and heard their screams. Their deaths had imprinted themselves upon her eyelids like a tableau. She saw it when she blinked. Her thoughts seeped in crimson. There we go. How could she make Walter see what she had seen? How could she make him understand? Henny had feared it would be a tall order, particularly given her limited vocabulary. Miki had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known she had to try. As there was nothing else for it, Henny had forced herself to swallow down her anxiety. It had tasted, strangely enough, of cod liver oil, and began her missive. She told Walter the mysterious woman who had come to their rescue, who had pulverized the skulls and spines of the pursuing bandits as a child might crumple crepe paper. She told him of awaking in a darkened cell with only one window of meeting Magdalena. And the ultimatum Miki had struck with her. Henny had relayed a good detail of information to Walter. As she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her not with fear as she had hoped, but with something far harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps, or worse, pity? Henny had known, even before Walter spoke, that it was a lost cause. Convincing Walter of Mickey's plight had been her only task, and she had failed. She had not been able to sway him. He had not believed her.
This is quite the tale, Henny.
No, it isn't a tale, it's true, I tell you, every last word of it. Lady Mickey has been imprisoned by a vampire and...
If I don't act, and quickly, she will be drained of all blood and will soon die. Yes, I did hear. That would be awful indeed, were it true, but...
It is true, Walter. I swear it's true. On my own mom's life, I wouldn't tell such a great pack of fibs, not something so important.
I can't imagine that you would, no. I know little of you, but I'm aware of your loyalty to my Mickey. She trusts you with her life, so I gathered, more so than she trusts me. She flinches away from all of my caresses, but isn't half so cold towards your affections.
Then surely you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is a matter of life and death. My lady's very life is at stake.
Yes, indeed, I understand.
Will you send out a search party then? It isn't too late. Mickey's life might still be spared if only you act.
I suppose it would be in your best interest to believe you, yes. Something that isn't English and all that.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, forgive me. My bad habit. It's Latin. It means, while I breathe, I hope. As you survived your ordeal, Henny, it would behove you to cling to the belief that young Lady Von Essen might still be alive, but alas.
It seems rather unlikely, don't you think, after all you've related? No, Walter. What I said is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me. And like I said, I do believe you, about the bandits at least. Unfortunately, it really is a bloody business. I can accept, however, unwillingly, that this did indeed come to pass. It is not inconceivable that Lord and Lady Von Essen met their demise thus. Blah, 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 blah. As for your talk of vampires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man could. What you have related would go down very well, I'm certain, in the company of writers. They're careless frack sort. It will not hold any water with me. You must have hit your head, Henny, while running from these bandits. That or your fear has undone you, not that I blame you. You must have endured a good deal for a member of the fairest sex. Why, even most men, I fear, would have gone to pieces, circumstances with what they are. Your thoughts have been elves, your delusions. Walter had stressed this word, his fingers steepled together through his whatever. About vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. Mickey, too, must have perished. What? No. Walter, please. Henny had tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's contensus, now closed off, had told Henny all she needed to know. Walter had thought her quite insane. I think a spell of bed rest would do some good, Henny. Though you are not one of my servants, I am not so very unkind that I would cast you out onto the streets. You have witnessed horrors I can only guess at, and I am very sorry for your loss. You may remain here if you wish, for as long as you feel you need to. Get some rest, and do try to calm down. I will summon a physician to look you over in the meantime, to see if anything else is awry. I suppose I also ought to summon the police once you have had a chance to rest, so you might give them the account of what you witnessed in the wood. They will be very interesting in the fates of Lord and Lady Von Essen, and of my Mickey, too. I would advise you against telling them all this malarkey about vampires, however. Fear they may be less understanding than I, and may be hauled to an asylum for your troubles. I probably need to get something to drink. This voice is dumb on my throat. I would not want you to be incarcerated, Henny, and I doubt my Mickey would want that either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, non-English. Now, you are dismissed. Gertrude will show you back to your lodgings, if you will be so kind.
Yes, Walter. Right away, sir. Gertrude had been sitting in one corner of Walter's study as unobtrusive as a houseplant, made to escort Henny to the servants' quarters. Henny had cast her gaze back to Walter before she left, her brows furrowed. Walter had began to sip once more of his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. This sight of Walter drinking his tea as if it were any other Monday morning had filled Henny with a sudden urge to take the teapot and unpend its contents all over Walter's officious-looking face. But powerful though this urge was, Henny had abstained. What would that accomplish? It would not help Mickey. Making an enemy of Walter would only serve to render Henny homeless, cast out onto the streets with nowhere else to turn. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude, the door of Walter's study closing behind her with a thud. Henny had then spent the rest of the day in bed, in the dingy servants' quarters. Walter was a man of his word, if nothing else, and had summoned a physician later in the day to look Henny over. This physician gave Henny a brief examination, then declared that she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted.
A day or two of bed rest should do her good. She has something of a fever, and she seems distracted.
The physician's report had been so mild that Henny could have laughed in his face. Was it any wonder she seemed distracted when even now Mickey, her Mickey, not Walter's, was in Magdalena's thrall, languishing, in all likelihood, in a dungeon? Henny wished to fly to Mickey's side, but could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and laying down made it even more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured Mickey, her eyes wide, lips parted in a horrible scream. Henny had slept so much during the night that when night fell, she had found herself unable to rest. Walter's scurly maids, upon arriving in their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They had fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn towards a brightly flickering flame. "Where are you from?" the girls asked, "and when did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?" Henny had been in no fit state to answer these questions, however. She had been almost relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came to scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct. "Oh, do leave Henny alone. She has had a trying series of days, by all accounts, and she needs to rest. That is what Walter has decreed, and I will not have any of you naughty girls disobeying his orders. Now, stop with your silly chatter. I doubt Henny much wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She is not one of our servants, and I doubt she will be staying here much longer." Gertrude's stern address seemed to do the trick, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny throughout the night. They talked amongst themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance a look at her, curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually began to yawn, and at 10 o'clock they took to their beds. Snuffling snores and creaking bed frames soon filled her room. The 6 scullery maids and Walter's employee all slept, but Henny found she could not. Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly feeling claustrophobic, she unlatched it. Then she let her arms rest upon the sill and look out into the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars. The moon was round and full. The moonlight played against Henny's cheek, turning it paler than it already was, while the cool breeze caressed her hair. One of the maids who slept closest to the window, Agnes, Henny thought her name was, stirred in her sleep, perhaps disturbed by the open window. Her eyelids, however, did not flutter. Henny afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered, away in the woods was Mickey. Henny was certain that Mickey still lived, and that as surely as Henny was thinking of her friend was thinking of her. "Don't worry, Mickey." Henny murmured this under her breath. As to not wake Walter's scullery maids, her face turned to the coals. Oh, and we do have ad break starting in about a minute, so I might take a pause and do a quick BRB and put some words on for anybody who is still here and hanging around. I've not forgotten you. I never will. I will find a way to rescue you, with or without Walter's help. You don't need him, not when you have me. You know, I'm starting to think that you might have been right about him. Here, Henny allowed herself to smile, though the situation was not all that funny. He isn't a worthy husband for you, and I don't give a damn that he can speak Latin. There are many, many other qualities I'd rather have in a man. You deserve much better. The next few days passed with such an intolerable slowness. Okay, so yeah, we might do a words BRB, but I don't know if it'll... Let me see if I can get some words going. Can I continue it? We will find out. Let me see here. Oop. And it would help if I could type the right thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to grab something to drink. It's still going. Oh my goodness. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than I anticipated. Oh gosh. I know what the big word is. Let me in. Let me in. No? I thought I knew what the big word was. Not a big another. Listen, I'm gonna see myself out. I put too many days in it. Dies. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put us on timeout. I'm gonna take us away, Zala, from the addiction. From stealing us. From stealing us away. Okay, I'll let you have a fake letter. I'll be nice. What? Okay, so it has to be T-I or Z. So it's a Z. They didn't make the fake letter very hard. I just noticed, like, that they're worth points, like the letters. I didn't know that. Well, oh yeah, I already guessed that one previously. Teehee. I got us to the gale. Wow. I forgot how far we've gotten. Like in total. Um. Ooh. an O or an I? It's the O. The O is the fake one. We not gonna make it, friend. They want too much out of us this time.
Oh, okay. I can.
Yeah, I have no idea. Sorry. Big word.